Ooh. Love it. Absolutely love it. What's up, everybody? Skål. It will be a Karmeliet for me today. I cheers you. Alright. Hope you've got a nice week last week. A nice weekend as well. And that your week has started already in a nice way. For those that don't know yet, Thursday and Friday of this week is all DDD Europe related. Gonna love it. Just like I did last time. So there's a DDD Europe open space on Thursday and Friday, which is, yeah, I mean, it would be an understatement that it's a cool conference. I really like the crowd there, so we're just going for the crowd. It's a virtual one, maybe Europe. There we go, 2021. It's this one. Well, actually, that would be the hands-on conference, but there is somewhere. There's an open space, or there should be one. Ming. Maybe it's not at the 2021 thing. Here we go. Here we go. This one. This is the thing I'm talking about. Oh, it's me. But yeah, I think you can even sign up if you want. So do that, and then we'll see each other there. It's a full day, but I think even after 5:30. They keep on talking, like in a, how do you say that, an informal informal fashion, as much as an open space can be formal, that is. But yeah, I really highly recommend. We left off last time. What did we do? We started doing this ticket basically, and we did both of these things. So when you're an anonymous user, you get redirected to a registration page. Well, if the system doesn't know you and you've got an authenticated account, then and only then we'll redirect you to a register page, basically, where you can type in your nickname. If you click on register, then you will be registered, and the Scrambled application will understand that it's you, your authenticated user, and your nickname that will be coupled together as a player, a registered player. And from then on, you will be known as such. So you will get redirected when you revisit the page and you re-authenticate. Then you just get forwarded, not to the register page, but just to the main one where we know your name. And I think I can just demo that, in fact. This is unimportant. So let's say we're not logged in, or we're an anonymous player. We click on register. Oh shit. What did I make? Was it FC? And then, oh man, SMD 321, I think it was. There we go. Welcome, FC. So he's already known as a player. That's interesting. Well, or not yet. We don't know yet. I guess he will be forwarded soon enough. If we continue the debugging, then maybe out of this player query comes no player, and then it will be empty. And when it's empty, you'll get redirected to enter your nickname, and then we'll enter our nickname here as like actually FZ. We'll join the fray. You are now registered. So when I then quote unquote log out and I'm no longer FZ, I can re-authenticate as FZ, and now we should find a player. Voila. And you'll just be welcomed with this name here. We are using... Oh yeah, this was just for demo purposes, I believe, to figure out what was the name that we got on the JWT token that Geeklook is returning. Also, the reason why FZ isn't showing up in this leaderboard yet, alongside me, is because the regeneration hasn't been triggered yet. So in 12+5, regeneration will be triggered again. And right now it is... Oh yeah, so was it 5 actually? Or yeah, it's +5. Okay, so what's that? At somewhere at 19 only. So no, wait, at 17 it will trigger. But I believe that for the registration scenario, this one, what we ended up doing is making an endpoint where you can manually trigger the rehydration. So that's this thing here, and that's just posting anything to this here URL. So let's do that by creating an HTTP request in IntelliJ, and then we'll just post to localhost 8080, and I already forgot, dear lord, I think it's /API. Yeah, oh, it's not even, it's 999. That might be 8080 /API in any case, API, and then this. So if we post here, then we should trigger rehydration manually. We've got a 204 from that. And here's the regeneration that was triggered. Here it says broadcasted Java class by the Spring domain event broad. Did I write this one? I sure did. So here we just get we get nothing. The toString of this thing is not implemented. This.java class. Okay. I guess it will just print Java class then. It's not what I wanted. It's curious why it doesn't really work. But and then the scheduled works as well. So anyway, if we refresh now, there you go. Here's FZ. And the reason why we lose this information on who is logged in is because we don't actually keep that information in the UI. And I think that might be the next thing. Oh no, there's a refactor here. Oh yeah. It's all coming back to me now. Move register button out of home and into main again and rename to register/login. I vaguely remember doing some weird stuff last time just to make things work. Which I think I want to tackle now, because otherwise we will never do it. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that one. And none of this is interesting for now. We don't need table data. All right, and now we are in Elm land. Apparently we've got the registration thing open. Let me close a bunch of stuff. All right, now nothing is open anymore. Let's just start with main. And then maybe let's check the history of this file to reorient a bit from where we left off last time. So at line 258, we've got some new code where we and how was that thing again? Because we've got the token on our main model, basically, and we want to push it forwards down to our registration model. So we want to enrich the registration model with the token on the regular model so that we can then use that token to make calls from within the registration page. So what I did was I've got two main pages basically. One is a registration and the other one is a home. This registration page really just has, let's go to the view of this thing, view registration. It's nothing more than a main column with some settings there. And then we render an input field, a register button, a status message, and then a list of registered players. So this list really is, how do you say that? Like it's really just a way to sort of visually verify who is registered and who isn't, or the fact that your registration worked. Yeah, but then behind this button, oh right, there's like a is disabled or anything or something like that, and it's only disabled when the register input is empty. So in any case, the moment you click it, register button clicked is thrown. That gets then piped back into the update function. Where is that thing? The update function. Here we go. And there, when the register button is clicked, what can you do? There you go. You register a player, and then from there we build a JSON, and we post a register player, basically. This is called player name JSON, which is might be a bit weird because I think what we called it in the registration controller, there should be a post here, register player is called registration info. So maybe let's also call it that here. Voila. And then this input here can become, well, register player encoder. Let's also rename that into registration info encoder, because that's really what it is. And the only thing that it needs is a nickname. Is that correct? Well, a nickname and then optional JWT ISS JWT sub. We don't need these anymore, in fact. Let's quickly clean that up. So there's, I was gonna say there's no place where the constructor is used, I was gonna say, but here it is. But it's not going to be used, in fact. So let's just get rid of that. Let's just double check before I check. Yeah, okay, so here you can see that's only nickname that's getting use off of this registration info thing. So we can get rid of these, then stuff will stop compiling normally, like here. Voila. We can get rid of these because it's not used. And then I think there's like another, oh, look at that. Forgot to optimize imports there. Apparently that was the only place where that was still used. And then in the Elm part, we didn't need to update anything. Okay. All right, so let's do a compile to check if everything is still compiling, in fact. It looks like it is at the first glance, but let's just wait for this bar here to go away. Come on, IntelliJ, you can do this. Okay, I think it's good. I think it's Gucci. Then what did we did here? Or what did we do here? Oh, yeah, we did some renames. I think I only want to commit these two things together. And then call it, what are we gonna call it? It's a refactor. And the thing that we did was we only got rid of JWT ISS and JWT sub on the registration info JSON, because we get that from the authorize header now. Voila. That's that, and then registration Elm. I think we can continue working on that. This was really just a simple rename. Maybe it can be enough already. Just small commit. Call it small rename to be more in line with the backend. There we go. That should be that. Okay, then what's next? We were following the trace of that register player thing, so we sent the registration info over there. Then we do a post, where apparently we don't add the header info here. Ah, no, we do. Yeah, we just added afterwards. So this is indeed like the, how do you say it? Like the dummy request, or the request that is being built basically. And then when you do have a token, we just add that like so. And yeah, if you don't, then it just remains that way. And we try to do a call anyway, but we know that it's going to fail at that point. But we will let the backend return with like a proper message for that. That's it really. So then when that happens, we will get a register player response where we do some error handling with that as well. So when we do get a response, get a result with nothing, so it looks like we're not interested in handling the actual response, probably because it's just empty. We only are looking for an OK HTTP status code. So then if we go back to the update thing, here it says to do actually implement redirecting to register screen. So here's the handle. And the handle, when it's an OK thing, we clear the input and we fetch the new players basically. So we don't really need to do this. What we should do here is just redirect. And if there's an error, then we handle that error over here. And there we just update our registration model with the specific API failure stuff. Yeah, that's it. But so now the thing I wanted to do, or the thing that's a bit ugly, is to be able to, where was that again? In the, where we make the call to register a player. That's over here. Here we do have the token on the model of the registration module. But the only how do you say that? Like the only reason why it exists or it can exist is because we forward it. We do something in the main file to pass this token along onto the registration model. And I wonder if there was like a more elegant solution for that. Main.elm. Because here we enrich it. And this thing gets called whenever, I bet whenever the update function understands that it's about a registration message, yeah. Yeah. So here we also, quote unquote, don't care about the auth flow bit. That's also something annoying that I'd like to get rid of. Because really, either you have an auth flow and you don't care about it. Oh wait, I was gonna say, or you have one and then you do care, but it seems like we never care about the auth flow. That seems a bit weird. Why is that? I think it's because this got random bytes thing is there. See, this just seems a bit odd. Like, why would I even do this if it's not being used? Maybe it's just a leftover. I think we can just get rid of it then. So we'll just case on the message, and then all of these we'll just get rid of, and then we'll remove the last closing brace. Voila. And now we're just back to switching on the message type itself, where if it's a registration message, then you just forward to where is it? Here. You forward to the registrations update function, and then whatever comes out of that, you map back again to the registration message. And then if it's a home message, you sort of do the same. Here we do have a specific thing here. Yeah, because I wanted to intercept registration redirect button clicked. Why was that again? Because the gen random bytes thing is in the main function. We didn't have like a good place for that apparently. But so I'm gonna commit this already. I guess it's working because it's Elm, and if it's compiling then it's working. So seems to still be running. I can click on register. I am going to turn off the debugger for now. There we go, as he's still logged in. The logout doesn't do anything actually. Okay. Yeah, so let's make a little commit. Here we got rid of unused model.authflow case. Voila. Yeah, and then all of the others are link clicked. What the fuck? I think link clicked is a thing that is thrown from... I really don't know. Where's this used? Oh, right. So it's like part of the routing thing. or how do you call that thing? Like programmatic routing basically to pages. This thing gets fired. The on URL request happens because you change your browser's location bar basically, and then link clicked gets fired, and when that happens it gets tied to a URL request, and then that can be either an internal one or an external location. If it's an internal one, you want to use push URL. If it's an external one, you want to use, so you have got history, etc. And you can save the user back button. If it's an external one, you can load, just simply load the link. Part of the login flow, part of the login flow, part of the logout flow, I guess. This thing got fetched, registered player info response. Fetch registered player info. Ah yeah, this is also part of the authentication flow. Well, basically to check whether the system, so Scrambled, knows about you. So if the system recognizes you, then we'll get this thing in any case. And we will do nothing on an error. If we didn't find you, basically, that's what this thing means. Then we'll route you to register page. If you are known, then we will route you to a known player home. Okay, that was a recap for myself. Then it says move a register button out of home into main again, and rename it to register/login. And then I wonder why I would do that. Why did past Tim want to do that? So home should have a register button. That's, I guess, this thing. Maybe it's because I intercepted in main. This actually never gets fired or caught here, I guess. Let's go back here. See, it's the same handling, huh? But here it gets handled before all of the home messages are handled, so that's why sign in requested got is called first. So if I get rid of the update thing here, it should still work, in fact. And that's part of the reason probably why I wanted to move it out of there. Let's look at how it gets set. So there's just a registration redirect button. And I guess it's never disabled. That I also don't know why this thing is there. I mean, it doesn't get conditionally disabled, so... And it's the only place that it gets used. So I think what we can do is move this one. So view registration redirect button, which is being used over there. So what I want to do, if I want to keep this button here, to keep it below this part, then I should consider that all of this is supposedly part of the home page. And then this is part of the main page, just to offer registration. Maybe it'll be a little bit easier if I can add it here or something. I guess it wouldn't get rendered if you're already registered. Maybe that's though it even gets rendered if you're known to the system. That also makes no sense. Okay. All right, let's move it out of there again. Where do I start? I guess it doesn't really matter all that much, but it might be a good idea to first move the view part out of here. So I guess I won't be breaking anything with this. There's a row where we first view the leaderboard and then the recent matches. That still needs to stay, I think. Or actually, it's also a row. Let's move this a bit closer, maybe, to where it gets used. So we've got a row. That's the home page. So notice that it doesn't say anything about the header. But so a home consists out of a row, so one horizontal thing that has two columns, I guess, or two things next to each other. One is the leaderboard and the other one is the recent matches thing. Oh yeah, and then after the row, there is this thing, which happens to be another row, and which is then filled in with the registration button. So if I want it on the same place, view home would be here, then we should be able to just, excuse me, get rid of this. That should still compile, and then go back to main. And then at there should be a view function here as well. View main content. Here's a case. Oh dear, more to do's. Dang it. So basically what I learn here is that the main content is lodged in there somehow. Yeah, so we've got a view header, then main content, and then the footer. Maybe I think I'm going to add the registration button to the view header, in fact. Here's the header, which is really just scrambled.gg. So currently it's a single element, so that's this part. But I think I want to add it like here, maybe? What would be a good place to put that thing? I have no clue. Let's just try to keep it underneath this anyway. Huh? Maybe that will be better. Ah yeah, but then it might show the register button also on the registration page, which is a bit weird, honestly. But we've got the same problem with the header. Okay. Oh, it's main content. We know that when we're showing the anonymous home page, we're gonna call view home and then map whatever comes out of this back into home messages. I I wonder if you can do that. In fact, have like, because then I would be adding 2 different types. I don't think I can just do that. Okay, so that means I would have to do it underneath this part. So we would do view register button. I guess we'll use the model for that as well. So let's see. Oh, we could use that, which doesn't use a model, but it's returning a different type, I think. Yeah. Oh, it's. Let's do false. Yeah, and now this thing, all of these, they're returning. How do you see that? Yeah, you know, it's a list of things, but yeah. So I don't want to, in fact, import the view register button. Aye. Voila. So let's, I don't know, add it somewhere. Maybe just here, and then we can move it afterwards. It's called this, in fact. Don't know why it's called registration redirect button. And then we'll go back to home. So that will be this part. We'll just include the registration redirect button. This one. Voila. And then we'll just fix our compilation errors as we go on. So that should be this. Voila. I was gonna say that this is working for some reason, but it's not. Okay, makes sense. Because all of these things are returning a list of stuff. So I think we can just get away if we do this. Not really sure. Voila. So now it's complaining that we require messages that belong to the main namespace, but we are getting messages that belong to the home namespace. So that's this thing. This one we can just get rid of here because it won't be used there. This never got used or never actually got called, so we can get rid of that. And then that thing doesn't exist anywhere, so we'll go to the message type and where do we add that? Maybe here. And then we here think that it's a home message of that type, but it's no longer. It can just be this thing. And I think we're good, in fact. All of this is compiling. All of this is compiling. And here's our register button again. I am gonna log out of, oh shit. What was it again? Was it 1990? 9999? 7070? Oh, there we go. We will log into this as Bruce, who loves bats. And then what? Then we can check all of the user sessions. We shall log fz out. Voila. And then we will just retest the flow again. So we will register. Actually, I should make a new user. Huh? We'll do fz. Oh, I've already forgot. What was his password? SMD321. There we go. And fz is a known user, so that makes sense. So we need to create a new user somewhere. Let's do add user. Mr. Rat. This is why you always just use password as password. That's good. Good point, Mr. Rat. Okay, you will get your password will be password. Oh, I think Rat. Well, because I don't remember if I use first name or last name or something like that. Not temporary, and you'll get password as password. Set password, sure. Voila. So now we are no longer fz. We're going to register. Oh yeah. So Keycloak still thinks that, well, no. My browser remembers the cookie that fz is logged in. So I need to log out his session so that he is in fact logged out. Then I can refresh, register, voila. I can be Mr. Rat and then use password. And then welcome Mr. Rat, happy fragging. We don't know you yet. So you will be Mr. Rat and join the fray. And then this register button we need to get rid of. So that's the thing that's different from before. Join the fray, voila. You're now also entered into the scrambled competition. Then if we go back here, you're not there yet because regeneration wasn't triggered yet. Oh my god, just in time, look at that. If we refresh, oh, and there you are. Cool. Okay, so now to get rid of the register button when you're on the registration screen, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but so that this refactoring went well, and now we just need to get rid of the button in the registration screen. So there's a view function here for rendering this button, which already passes the model. And here that is disabled. We should fill in if the model dot code completion dummy. You what, mate? Array. I guess it doesn't know that it's what does it receive? It receives the model and it outputs. Oh wait, we can just use, oops. We can generate it at type annotation. So we'll replace A with model And I hope that now we do get type completion. Yay! Okay, current route. No, let's do that like this. If the current route is, dang it. Current route, it's a route. I guess if it's anonymous homepage. Attentive viewers will have noticed that I only have one, well actually 2 pages, but we actually have 3 states of pages. Now my homepage doubles as both an anonymous one and the registered one. So I guess we'll need to fix that somehow. Oh. That's going to be interesting. But anyway, so now we will only show the registration redirect button. Well, no, we will show it as disabled. That may also not be what we want. Maybe what we do is we don't even, how do you say that? We'll have to move this higher, I think, even. It should be even here. Yeah. So this can just move a little bit more up. We'll get rid of the disabled because we will never use it. That's that. I guess this is always necessary because that's our base button. So then disabled should be false always. Okay, and then we should do if listing, then return whatever is here. Else return an empty array. Okay, that should be it. Now we need to get back into the Oi. Is this actually an issue or? Oh, it's because I added the... There's already like a shortcut for that. Yeah, voila. Okay, now I need to log out Mr. Rat again and then create a new user even still. Give me a name. Caramel. Because I'm drinking caramel. Eat. We'll do save. They are enabled. Also have password as a fixed password. Then we shall log out. Mr. Rat. Voila. Then we can register again. Log in as Carmel with password. Oops. Ah. Oh, Chrome. You silly boy. Chrome found a password that you just used in a data breach. We recommend changing this password now. It's so funny. Thanks, Chrome. At least it's being helpful, huh? Caramel will be known as Caramelit. Okay, and also the thing I wanted to show is that now the register button is no longer there. Good. And then eventually Caramelit will also be registered. At 52, 62. Or, yeah, whatever, huh? Oh my god. Yeah, nice. Let's do a little commit. So that was that refactoring that I added here. Oh, and rename to register/login. Wait, what? Oh, right. Indeed. Where is that thing? So I need to have the label, call it this, register login. Excuse me. There we go. And now it's completed. Good thing that past dim is so nice with the taking care of future dim. Voila. Then we commit. Moved register button out of the home page and into main. That should be okay. Let's make a little push. Only refactoring up until now. How long have we been going? Almost an hour. Hey, that's nice. 4 commits of refactorings in an hour. There was a to-do thing here somewhere as well. Ah, there we go. Let's read that. That bottom one seems a bit weird. I forgot all about that. What's this thing say? Fetch both the recent matches and the leaderboard. That's really not relevant at this time because we don't have recent matches to fetch yet. Replace our own palette with that of material somehow. I don't care about that. Splitting API calls from a component/module. What does splitting API calls mean? It's interesting if we can unit test the model without having to worry about actually performing HTTP. I don't get that at all. I don't get that at all. This will only confuse me next time when I read this, so bye-bye. I guess if someone finds the recording where I add that, please link it in chat. I have no clue. Oh wait, you know what? Maybe I will do annotate to see when I added that. Oh, it was only on the 23rd of March of this year. That was just 3 months ago. Yeah, I really don't remember that at all. I guess it sort of was there. Here, extract the API into its own. So splitting API calls. So that's extracting API calls out of their own module. Yeah, I don't care about that anymore. So I'm just gonna remove it. It's so nice when you own a project. You can just make these decisions without anybody caring aside from yourself. This is fire! Exclamation point. fire! Exclamation point. Got rid of comments I no longer care about. Okay. Yeah, push that again. Nice. Okay, then what? Make sure we only get short-lived JWTs and not use them as sessions in the backend. This reduces the attack surface. Okay, I have to think about that. And then it also says keep JWTs in a read-only cookie or exchange a JWT for a session which gets stored in a read-only cookie. Okay. Interesting. All right, and then there's also actually use Spring Security to deal with JWTs verification. I'm not looking forward to doing that. So I feel like I have that every time I read that to do. Like, not today. Let's not do that today, please. It's because I don't look forward to using Spring Security. Can you believe it? Make sure we only get short-lived JWTs and use them as sessions and not use them as sessions in the backend. We're not using them at all as sessions, in fact. I guess we should take a look at Spring Security bullshit now. Man. I mean, we can stall this forever. Let's just do it. Oh wait, actually, I will do a refactor step here before I forget. Refactor enrich registration model with the token we get. Yeah. Well, you know what? All of that gets solved when we use JWTs in our cookies, because it's the browser that handles that. Okay, so the moment we do this, get rid of this, because the browser will send the JWT along with, yeah, or the HTTP requests to the API. That's actually a really cool property of using cookies. You don't have to, like, it's a bit magic, but it's the nice kind of magic. It's the kind of magic. Well, yeah. Then maybe before we do this, we should make sure that we get them in a cookie, and only then try this. Oh, fucking hell. I can't choose. what should I do here? Do I want to keep them in a read-only cookie or exchange them for a session? I guess if I keep like a session in a cookie and I only do the exchange of a JWT once, I guess I sort of do the exchange now already, but I mean, I need to exchange the JWT by sending it as a read-only cookie, in fact. That will be safer. And if I then exchange the JWT for a session or not, it doesn't really matter all that much anymore. So let's just do this first, and then I think the exchanging it's like an optimization feature, because then you can, you know, like have your UI doc in the same object that your session or that your API returns as a session, so to speak. But then your session needs invalidation, etc., whereas your JWT also has that session invalidation stuff. So maybe it's going to be a JWT in the long term anyway. So let's go with this one, just a read-only cookie. Okay. I feel like I need to document that somehow though. Let's go to the captain's log. Okay, I was gonna say at least there's one entry every month, but that's not even true. June 23rd? I don't know. What day is it today? 22nd. JWT in cookie or exchange JWT for session in cookie. To reduce the attack surface, we'll want to send the JWT along with the HTTP requests in a read-only cookie. This we'll need to do anyway, even if we're exchanging it for session object on the cookie, or like this. So the only value the session would bring is to get like nicer abstract way of using it in the UI. But maybe we'll add that here, but it would still need, okay, I'm gonna skip this song because it's not fun. It would still need invalidation somehow, an invalidation feature somehow, and that we quote unquote automatically get on our JWT. Voila. So we'll just end up using JWTs in read-only cookies as our sessions. Okay. So nobody ever tell me I don't write documentation, because I do, even if it's just for myself. Logged about the decision on where to store our user sessions. Hey, it's nice, huh? Push it. Okay. So then, this thing. I guess make sure we only get short-lived JWTs. I guess it sort of depends on the... I was using this term wrong. Apparently it's not just IDP, but it's authorization server, because we're speaking in the specifications of OAuth, and IDP, or identity provider, is a term of SAML. SAML. S-A-M-L. Didn't know. Didn't know before I followed Philippe de Rijk's course on security, API security. So, okay. There's a whole bunch of other security I should be doing, but I don't think I'm going to bother with that until I end up deploying it. So I know that the rest requires some work, but it's in like a, how do you say that? Like it's in a generic part of the code. And I can add that whenever I want, really. It doesn't, or it shouldn't have a high impact on my already existing backend code. So we will move this forward. I mean up, like to do first, and then we'll just do that now. We'll just do that now. I have no idea how to do that. Fun, huh? So I guess what we'll have to do is sort of agree on, yeah, how do you say, like an additional contract between the UI and its REST API, where the backend understands, okay, I expect the UI to be sending JWTs or JWTs information along with a cookie with their requests. So that it's no longer on the authorization header, but rather in a cookie. I don't know how you do that in Spring. I've never actually done that before. But then the other thing is, I don't think I want to do it here in the registration controller. I want to do that like in a more generic part, and I wonder where I should put that, because do I put that thing in infra or what? Infrastructure, because here it's just CQRS and domain events, but nothing about security. I mean, the other thing is, I think I kept my infra stuff quite away from Spring Boot shit. So that's why I only added the dependency injection and the transaction dependencies there to infra. And I think I want to keep it that way. You could reason, well, it's gonna be part of all of the web application stuff, but really all of the it's too much part of the REST API, I think. And there we just translate it into a player or whatever that we add on a command if that's a necessity. So what I'm saying is, I think what I'm saying is that I want a Spring Boot security thing in here somewhere. The Spring Web Conventions, what's that thing? I thought it was gonna be something differently. Oh yeah. Okay, that's a bit confusing. So the web module is from the olden days, where you put your war file, your artifact, the thing that you were going to deploy in a web folder, basically, which was some kind of convention. That just denoted this thing is the deployable that's going to end up being deployed on a web server. That's it. But here, web is both the deployable artifact and the server itself, because Spring Boot, I'm using it in fact as an embedded server, so you can just run your jar file and then it will just run a server with your deployable in it. But that makes it a bit confusing because the web conventions here, what I really mean is, I guess, API or REST API conventions. But it's called starter web. That's why I called it web conventions. A bit of insight into the mind of this crazy person you're watching. Yeah, cool. So I think I'm not sure, but that in Spring Boot starter web we already have Spring security crap. So we maybe want to add a package called security. I do not know. I do not know at all. Oh my god, this has been so long since I did this from scratch. Security config, maybe. Let's just call it that. Sure. And then we Google, allez. Spring Boot security. Let's also add JWT and cookie. And then maybe we will find something useful. Can you folks read this, in fact? Replace cookie token with a JWT. Lombok. Die in a fire. Spring Boot cookies? Secure cookie in cases when we store sensitive information inside the cookie. Yeah. I don't know what this is. Seems... What the f... Pain links? I have no idea why it does that, but it's so annoying. Like, it just minimizes when you click a link, and it only does it on the first time. See, it's so annoying. What are cookies? Oh shit, we might be in trouble. Yeah. I really hate when websites do this. Oh, so that's not what I was looking for. Ah, here, reading a cookie with cookie value. So if you want to do it manually, you can use this. So that's a thing. That's it. Well, thank you, Ortella, but it just wasn't the thing I was looking for. Let's do Stack Overflow, I guess. Learn more. Alright, there we go. Upon request, parse the JWT from the cookie. That's what I want to do. When was this question posed? Almost 5 years ago. Okay. Let's see what they do here. Oh yeah, and then you need to do the authentication provider bullshit. Oh, and then you need a custom authentication object. I really hate it. I still need to. This is why I stall implementing Spring Security. You see why? Let's mute my phone so that I don't get disturbed. To add a Spring session into your project and extend HTTP session strategy. But then and this here, ladies and gentlemen, is why Spring is not really great. There are a number of ways to achieve the same thing. I can do this in 3 different ways now, including what you have proposed. Okay, let's try Spring Docs, I guess. Spring Boot Docs. Maybe just IO, and then from there we will find the right thing. The hell, that's not looking great. I remember that they revamped their security quite a bit. Maybe let's use the search function, you dumbass. Okay, there's 2 security chapters. One is number 10 and the other one is 14. If Spring Security is on the class path, then map applications are secure by default. Content negotiation strategy to determine whether to use basic or form login. I don't think I want to do that. Actually, I could secure my UI by doing that as well, but then why did I implement OIDC in my Elm application? So we're not going to do that because, you know, sunken cost fallacy is a thing, and I'm walking right into it. OAuth 2 is a widely used authorization framework that is supported by Spring. If you have Spring Security OAuth 2 client on your class, you can take advantage of some auto configuration. Cool. But I guess that's more like when you're when you want to log in as an application to get a token that you can then use to call another API. That's what OAuth 2 is more about. Huh? And then OIDC. But that I think you can do when you do Spring Web MVC with OIDC. But let's see if that is indeed belonging to. It just says security. I think it's so strange. Like what, why? Crikey. I forget what an authorization server and a resource server is again. I think it's the lingo that the OIDC spec uses. An OAuth 2 resource server. So I think this is what you need to be able to protect your API. But then it just explains how to configure it so that it connects to a specific thing here. It's not really what I want then. Okay. This section addresses questions about security, including questions that arise from using Spring Security with Spring Boot. No, and then there's a different one. Switch off Spring Boot security configuration. Yeah. Yeah, so this is basically modifying default behavior of Spring Security in your Spring Boot server, then enabling HTTPS when running behind a proxy server. Yeah, I feel like I'm not going to do that because I will stop HTTPS on like a gateway in front of it or something. But I still want to deal with the JWT stuff myself because then I can have it under control in my backend. Okay, I saw a couple of references to here, various authentication options. Oh, this is the revamped security thing. So these docs are amazing. I remember. You just have to make sure that you know, sort of understand where you're at somewhere. Okay, so authentication. Yeah. how these fit together, look at the authentication mechanism. I think that's what I want to do first, because I vaguely know that these exist, and then I also vaguely know how they are used, but I don't remember at all. Hier ze. It might be this one, in fact. Allez, let's read about Spring Security again. So that seems to make sense. A security context holder where, or it stores who is authenticated. Does not care how it is populated. If it contains, then it is used as a currently authenticated user. So I guess it's quite important that we will only add authenticated users onto that thing if needed. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, this is whatever's, and then you do so by accessing the security context holder. So you can fetch the authentication and then get the username and the principal and its authorities. Sure. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, whatevs. Then you can get a secure. Okay, we learned that above already, how to use a security context. Then authentication serves two main purposes. It serves as an input to an authentication manager to provide the credentials a user has provided to authenticate. When used in this scenario, is authenticated returns false. And it can be used as a currently authenticated user. Okay. Oh no. They still haven't fixed this then. Oh, that's so annoying. So I really hate the fact that they used one object to represent both an authenticated user like this. Because then your principal will be a user details instance, or you're not authenticated yet, and then you should check if is authenticated returns false. Why didn't they just add a different type there? The granted authorities are a high level permission. The user is right. These are like roles, this stuff. But so I understand that they want to make like a high level abstraction here. Okay, cool. So that's just stuff about how the role stuff works and how you can use its conventions to work together with the blah blah blah. That seems that I know how that automatically works. But then what? Authentication manager. And before we just had authentication. Here. As an input to the authentication manager. Cool. That defines how Spring Security's filters perform authentication. And those filters, I remember, are like a chain, of which the chain is even also important. but it runs through all of those filters one by one. And then apparently the authentication manager is the API that defines how those filters perform authentication. So in any, I guess that's why it's in one object. It's like the, what's it called again? The visitor pattern, with the authentication object being the visitor. That is returned is then set on the security context holder by the controller that invoked. Excuse me? So an authentication manager receives an authentication object and returns an authentication object, which is then set. I guess if it goes through all of those filters, one of those filters will set the authentication object to it's authenticated now, and then it will also add that authentication object onto the security context holder. Yeah, indeed, by those filters that invoke the authentication manager. If you're not integrating with these filters, you can set the security context holder directly and are not required to use authentication. Well, could be anything. The most common implementation is a provider manager. Here we go. So these are like generic building blocks, but they don't seem to give you like any, how do you say, like, you don't necessarily need to use it, and that's what makes it more confusing, because from what I read from this is, if you configure your filters wrong, then it might be that you don't even have an authentication object that has is authenticated set to true. And then could be anything. Okay. Most commonly used implementation, yeah, delegates to a list of authentication providers, right? I remember this vaguely as well. Yeah. So it's like a chain of things that can try out different ways a user can be authenticated, or basically an HTTP request can be authenticated. It cannot make a decision and allow a downstream authentication provider to decide. Yeah, if none of the config. So this is also a bit weird, because that's sort of also how filters work, except that providers seem to not allow a next provider to be executed if it had the opportunity to indicate the authentication was successful. If none of the configureds can authenticate, then authentication will fail with a provider not found exception, which is a special authentication exception that indicates the provider manager, which was an implementation of authentication manager, was not configured to support the type of authentication that was passed into it. Okay, but so my authentication, so my provider manager would be a bunch of providers, I guess, starting with the first one that says, do you have a cookie, and is there a JWT on that cookie? Is that JWT verifiable? Like, do I trust its source? And did you not tamper with it? And then if all of that is true, then we can consider that token to be valid, and it should be an authenticated user at that point. So we could set is authenticated on that authentication object to true. But then how do we transform all of the JWT claims, I think they're called, into something that the backend can interpret further? Like maybe because we have what's that thing called? If we go to the register players thing, this, yeah. So here we pass along the auth header, which we then transform into an external count ref. And this thing is just a combination of an ISS and a sub that's coming out of a token. So what is it gonna say about that? Yeah, whatever. If none of the configure, yeah, blah, 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 that we just read. And then what? In practice, each authentication provider knows how to perform a specific type of authentication. For example, one authentication provider might be able to validate a username password, while another might. Yeah, so I will have a single provider then, or what? To do a very specific type of authentication while supporting multiple types of authentication, only exposing a single authentication manager bean. I'm not interested in that feature. I really only want to support JWT authentication of which the JWT is being sent as a cookie, a read-only cookie. Provider manager. That's the one that has a bunch of providers. Also allows configuring an optional parent authentication manager, which is consulted in the event that no provider can perform authentication. Huh? What the f-bainlings? Okay, so you can add an optional parent provider manager, the same type, but that then has a different bunch of providers? Is that how I should read that? Some authentication and comment. So different provider manager instances. Nope, you lost me there. Why would you ever do this? Okay. We'll attempt to clear any sensitive credentials, such as username and password, I guess. Yeah, voila. Longer than necessary in the session. That seems safe, huh? The authentication contains a reference to an object in the cache. And this has its credentials removed, then it will no longer be possible to authenticate against the cached value. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna erase stuff, I guess. I mean, we're not gonna not do that. Then okay, the JWT authentication provider, that seems very promising. Let's keep that somewhere in here. Let's do then what? Then there's request credentials. To send an HTTP response that requests credentials from a client. Sometimes a client will proactively include credentials. Does not need to provide an HTTP response that requests credentials from the clients that they are already included. Yeah. So we have that as well, because we will consider a valid JWT token to be valid. In other cases, a client will make an unauthenticated request to a resource that they are not authorized to access. In this case, an implementation of authentication entry point. is used to request credentials from the client. Oh shit, y'all. What do I want to do indeed if they are not authenticated? I guess our API should just respond with a 403 or something, so we might need to might need to set up /configure a to return a, what's that, a 401 unauthenticated response when the UI sends illegal JWT tokens on the cookie. And I say that 401 is unauthenticated, but I'm not really sure. Maybe it's unauthorized. I think it's unauthorized. Unauthorized. Now I'm curious. HTTP status 401. Unauthorized. Yeah. Then abstract authentication processing filter. Fuck my life. I don't know what the fuck. So this seems a bit odd that it is just mentioned here, because all of the rest just follow the story, and now random stuff. Here again, random stuff. So the abstract authentication processing filter is used as a base filter for authentication a user's credentials. Yeah. Before the credentials can be authenticated, typically requests the credentials using. So okay. So what he also might need to set up /configure a authentication entry point to not go off on a valid JWT, I guess. Typically requests the credentials, and so this is why this reeks of automatically configured stuff. I think it is because I read this. Okay, next. Can authenticate any authentication requests that are submitted to it. No. This is also an annoying. I hate that sound. Yeah, what the Allez. Can authenticate any authentication requests that are submitted to it. That's this one. I don't know why it's orange, but it is. Oh, okay. So this thing initiates everything. It then creates an authentication object, which is supposed to check if it is authenticated. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. We don't need to set up an authentication entry point then at all, and just leave our authentication manager to do that. So our authentication processing filter is just gonna extract a JWT out of a cookie, try to create an authentication object from that, pass it along to an authentication manager, which will then be an implementation of that provider manager thing, which will then in turn do all of those steps like validate the JWT, validate its signature, to check that it's from a trusted source, and then extract the claims to put on a security context holder, or what? That stuff is still a bit too fake for me. Yeah, okay. So their credentials in our case would be a JWT token, huh? The type of authentication created depends on the subclass. Oh no. So there are different types of filters, but they are all passed to an authentication provider or what? Interactive authentication success event. Okay. That's not... I think I'm just going to skip this. Or what? Oh yeah, I remember this part. Let's not do that. Let's skip and go to OpenID support. Or maybe I should read this first. Let's do that first. Okay. So now all of a sudden we've got session management filters. So that's like a first filter in that security filter chain. Is it also part of the security filter chain or not? Typical usage includes session fixation protection. Oh yeah, don't really know too much about that. Detection of session timeouts and restrictions on how many sessions an authenticated user may have open concurrently. You can configure Spring Security to detect the submission of an invalid session ID. That is only, I think, if you use... No, I don't know what that means. What's this? Why is this XML though? I think this assumes that can be guaranteed to work with every servlet container. Okay, whatever's. What? Why are we suddenly in XML land again? What the what? Oh right, I remember that because we're in XML land, because this is the Spring Security project, and that does not necessarily work with Spring Boot. You can still use Spring Security with any other kind of deploy environment, let's say. So if you're running this on your own web server, then you would have maybe a web XML where you configure it like this. To create a session by accessing a site, then persuade another user to log in with the same session. Oh yeah, so you first get a session ID, have an unknowing user authenticate, and then you couple their credentials to your session ID or something like that. When the user logs in, yeah, makes sense. Okay, that's also not something. So I think I want that behavior, I guess, or since we don't really keep sessions like this, we should just define a session as none, and then just always determine that since the JWT token will be on the cookie, we will be able to determine everything we want from it, because we can link the ISS and sub of an authenticated, validated, and verified JWT to a registered user, or a registered player, sorry. And then from there on out, we can just trust that, yeah, it's someone that we know, so we can use it as a stateless. Fucking hell. Is there like an artist that does that? Or, oh. I've been trying out stream beats as background music because they're all non-copyrighted songs, but the quality is really yeah, not that great. Okay, remember me? I don't. It's again like this is the something I don't need. And then OpenID. It has one single thing. Oh, that's it's OpenID and not OpenID Connect. Okay, my bad. Let's look at anonymous authentication. Yeah, okay, but we will have some endpoints that should allow anonymous authentic access. Yeah, just like they have here, in fact. Authentication trust resolver. Dude, what the? Rounding out the anonymous authentication discussion is the authentication trust resolver. Yeah, I don't think we will end up in that kind of stuff. Maybe we should read this in addition to the rest. Pre-authentication has already been reliably authentication by some external system. So I can't really do that on JWT tokens because those things can be forged. Pre-authentication framework classes. I really wonder if other people have like the same hard time that I have with the Spring Security. I really hate that I have to do this every time. We'll check the current contents of the security context, and if empty, it will attempt to extract the user information from the HTTP request and submit it to the authentication manager. So I guess if we write our own implementation of this one, where we do JWT verification and validation, then I've got no clue anymore. So I guess it's either you do the processing of whether your user is authenticated in a filter, or you pass it along to an authentication manager. We did learn that there's a JWT authentication provider here though. So yeah, maybe it does some interesting stuff. We should look at that later. Not something I need. pre-authenticated authentication provider. What the fuck? Here we go. For kickstarting the authentication process for an unauthenticated user. Yeah, we learned that before. But in the pre-authenticated case, this doesn't apply because it's the filter that's deciding whether you're authenticated or not, I guess. You would only configure the exception translation filter with an instance of this class if you aren't using pre... Oh my god, this is so confusing. Is rejected. Huh? Is there... I don't get it at all. Is responsible for... Yeah, so we know this. Eh? But in the pre-authenticated case, your authentication entry point is not kickstarting the authentication process for an unauthenticated user. So instead, you need to configure, let's just rephrase it. You need to configure the exception translation filter with an instance of, I guess, this one, this class. And then if you aren't using pre-authentication in combination with other authentication mechanisms. So let's say that we do have other authentication mechanisms, then they will likely do the authentication or have an authentication entry point, okay? It will be called if the user is rejected by this one, resulting in a null. Yeah, so given the fact that there is also that there's no other filter that uses a provider, I guess. Okay. Sure. That's not something for us. Nope, nope. Run as authentication replacement. Oh, great. Oh my god, no. Because Spring Security provides a number of helper classes that automatically configure remoting protocols based on the contents of the security context holder. These run as replacements are particularly useful when calling remote web services. That's too vague. So I understand that there is a security interceptor that can temporarily replace, so it will put an authentication object back at some point, I guess. And you can do that if you use a run as manager. And then it's an interface. Okay. What's a config attribute? Will contain the same principal credentials and ungranted authorities as the original authentication object. will result in the replacement containing the role run as a server. This is going too deep for me. All right. I guess logout we don't really need to do because there's no session to deal with. So this we can just skip. Then there's a bunch of stuff about authentication events that happens. For each authentication that succeeds or fails, a success or a failure is fired. Okay, that's cool. Oh boy, and then okay. I guess that could be interesting if you want to audit log that stuff or something. I don't really know why one would use that. Okay, and then what? There's authorization, but there's also an entire chapter on OAuth 2, and we just read authentication and then OpenID support. Maybe we should read this. And now they pull in Spring Boot. Custom provider properties, auto configuration. Yeah. I think this is what we require because to have users log into the application, maybe this is what we need, but yeah, I don't think it is because here they redirect. So I guess this is like in a situation where you are also hosting a UI, or you're also using Spring Boot to supply pages via Timeleaf or something like that. Or you're using WebMVC. Yeah, that's not... I don't want to do that stuff. What's this thing? Property mappings. Nope. That's also not something I need to do. Also not something I need to do. Yeah, and then there's again a bunch of magic in Spring Boot auto configuration, which gets triggered if you have certain dependencies in your class path. So then that's gonna cause a lot of fun stuff. Client registration repository, it's not something I want to do, I guess. Or maybe it is. Do I want to? Because I want to validate it, Do token verification. Completely override the auto configuration. And here they use the DSL to configure that stuff with defaults. Okay. Here is Spring Boot. Or, well, that was Spring Boot, let's say. Then there's advanced configuration. Sure. No. The OAuth 2 login page is auto-generated. Yeah, so if you're then unauthenticated, it will redirect you. So that would mean my backend will redirect a user to, in my case, Keycloak to log in. But I don't think that I need that either. Ah, here. ID token signature verification. That contains claims about the authentication of an end user by an authorization server when used by a client. Yep, and must be signed using web signature. Cool. I'm gonna save this talk thing. Seems interesting. And the OIDC ID token decoder factory provides a JWT decoder used for OIDC ID token signature verification. The default algorithm is RS256, but may be different when assigned during client registration. Fuck man. So wait, I guess you can also use it manually? A resolver may be configured to return. Yeah, okay. The signature algorithm resolver is a function that accepts a client registration. What's a client registration again? Following code shows how to configure to default to for all. Yeah, okay. I guess we could do that. So this, I think we could use if you want to implement a logout, maybe? Because we weren't able to call that endpoint from our UI. Provide support for the client role, so that's not what we want. Because we are not, or how do you say it? Like our backend is not a client to another endpoint, the API. So we don't need to read that, but we do need to read this, I think. Supports protecting endpoints using two forms of OAuth bearer tokens, JWT tokens and opaque tokens. This is handy in circumstances when the application has delegated its authority management to an authorization server. Yeah, in our case, Keycloak. This authorization server can be consulted by resource servers, aka us to authorize requests. This is finally the thing that we need. Okay, holy shit. Okay, before I start reading this, I'm gonna have another beer, and we will read this together, because I need some liquid courage. I need some liquid courage. See you in a couple of minutes. Sure. Let me know if you have any questions, by the way. See you in a bit. Peace.
I have returned.
How did you like my impression of a Protoss Immortal? I cheers you again, once more. Karmeliet, baby! Alright. Let's do this. So after reading through most of the Spring Security documentation, we have ended up at the OAuth 2 resource server part. First, we see that, like basic authentication, the www authentication header is sent back to an authenticated client. Builds off our security filter chain diagram. Let's get that here as fucking fuck. Okay, it's still loading. It's still loading. I'm not touching anything. Here we go. Have we read this before? I don't think so, eh? But this is like the main filter chain that I already explained a bit before. So at some point, servlets use filters, and one of those filters is Spring's delegating filter proxy. This filter proxy is a chain, and then one of those chains, is a security filter chain that then consists out of security filters that then may or may not use authentication managers, which might be an authentication provider or something like that. I forgot the name. But so one of those security filter chains here is what? Okay, make an unauthenticated request to the resource /private for pages that is not authorized. At that point, I guess we don't know yet why they are not authorized to do that, but it indicates that the unauthenticated request is denied by throwing an access denied exception. Then what? Since the user is not authenticated, The exception translation filter initiates start authentication. The configured authentication entry point is an instance of bearer token authentication entry point, which sends a authenticate header. The request cache is typically a null request cache that does not save the request since the client is capable of relaying the request it originally requested. When a client receives the authenticate bearer header, it knows it should retry with a bearer token. And then below is the flow for the bearer token being processed. So now I'm missing this again. So it just automatically, we just assume that it's gonna try again with the gets to /private. So that filter is also somewhere in here. And then I don't know where it is. But it's also somewhere in the security filter chain. The bearer token authentication token is passed along to the authentication manager, which will then decide if the token that is passed is Gucci or un-Gucci, or how do you say it? Okay, so let's look at this. When the user submits their bearer token, I guess we can just assume that it's along with a GET request. Then it's this filter that it creates a bearer token authentication token. It's an authentication, the thing that has the is authenticated or not, by extracting the token from the HTTP servlet request, but it doesn't say how it does that yet. So we might need a specific bearer token authentication filter. That's okay. Learning is happening. Oh my god. Next, the request is passed to the authentication manager resolver, which selects the authentication manager. What the fuck? It's passed into the authentication manager to be authenticated. The details of what authentication manager looks like depends on whether you're configured for JWT or opaque. Okay. Do we consider cookies as as opaque? No, I don't think so. Huh? If authentication fails on failure is invoked to trigger the authenticate header to be sent again. Yeah, okay. So that doesn't seem cool. Because you will end up in an endless loop then, huh? Because authenticate is considered to be retried. It knows it should retry with a bearer token. Well, yeah. And it's just gonna end up sending the same bearer token. If authentication is successful, then success. Then your authentication, which I guess is that JWT token. Well, actually, no, it's the bearer token authentication token. And it might be stripped of credentials there, which I guess a JWT token doesn't have. then this filter, this one, invokes to filter to continue with the rest of the chain. Okay, most resource server support is collected into this. What? The support for decoding and verifying is in Jose. Okie dokie. Minimal configuration. Configuring an application as a resource server consists of two basic steps. First, include the needed dependencies, and second, indicate the location of the authorization server. Ah ja. Ah ja. We'll use this property to further self-configure, discover the authorization service public keys, and subsequently validate incoming JWTs. Holy, that's really cool. To use the issuer URI property, it must also be true that one of is a supported endpoint. Oy, oy, oy. Well, let's check that immediately. I know that there's a well-known config. If you fucking hell, if you log in again as Bruce, who still loves pets. Here. So it's called. Let me. It looks like this. For Keycloak, eh? I think it's already not going to work, I guess. Unless the issuer URI, which we can check, it's in the database. And then here. So let's do registered players. Oh yeah, hey. Make it snappy. By the way, the reason I'm not turning on my main light is because when I do, then I can't talk and paste at the same time. Is when I do, my my camera is picking up some kind of frequency. Okay, so here we go. The ISS, that's the issuer, huh? It should have then .well-known OpenID configuration, and what does Spring require? We can get rid of that one. Issue. What the fuck? Okay, well-known OpenID configuration. Fuck. Well, I guess it's not because... Oh wait, no, it is. Sort of. I don't know why it says /issuer and then .well-known and then this. And what if it's so? What if it's not? Do you then have to note all of the things? I guess you just configure it anyway. This endpoint is referred to as a provider configuration endpoint. Okay, that's fine. What do I do with that information? When this property and these dependencies are used, resource server will automatically configure itself to validate JWT encoded bear tokens. It achieves this through a deterministic startup process. Hit the provider configuration or authorization server metadata endpoint. processing the response for the JWKS URL property, configure the validation strategy for valid public keys, and then configure that validation strategy to validate each JWT's ISS claim against. Well, then it's not this one, but then the one you pass along. The authorization server must be up and receiving requests in order for resource server to successfully start up. Well, shucks. Once the application is started up, resource server will attempt to process any request containing an authorization bearer header. Ja. Godverdomme, nee. What is this? Yes. Okay, I think this is it. So my sigh was after I read. I don't know. I remember this thing. No. Yeah. No. Fuck. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So after I read this, I thought, okay, there's no way to configure that because I really want to add my JWT tokens in a cookie instead of straight into the authorization bearer, because that will allow me to not have to manually make sure that the JWTs are stored in local session storage or whatever, and it's just the browser that is in control of passing along the JWT token along with the cookie. But then when I read this, resource server will attempt to process any request containing an authorization bearer header, I thought, well, fuck my life, then I can't pass a JWT token along as a cookie. But apparently I can if I configure a bearer token resolver. Okay, so this might have impact on whether or not we can use issue or URI or something as a resource server Spring Boot config. Voila. And then so what we need to do, configure our REST API to be a resource server. So that's step 1, I guess. That's nice. Then it's or configure maybe manually the properties for that. Maybe we need manual config if Azure URI doesn't magically work. And then add or customize a bearer token resolver to extract the JWT out of a cookie. Instead of expecting it in the authorization bearer header. See. Bearer token header name. So it still expects it to be in a header or what? You can use a header. Oh, sorry, what? Or in circumstances where a provider is using both the custom header and value. What the pain links, dude. Okay, what the fuck? And then propagation. And does this belong to... Oh, that's still something else, huh? Now that your resource server has validated the token, it might be handy to pass it to downstream services. Ah, yeah, right. I see. So that's like when your client gives you a valid bearer token, you can extract that with this blah blah blah. But then, let's say you want to keep on executing actions on downstream APIs via your intermediary API. I guess that's what you do when you have a, what's that thing called again? A backend for frontend, BFF pattern. Then you just want to pass along your authenticated token to that other downstream service, I guess. And still execute those actions from your user's perspective, let's say. So then you do this, apparently. Yeah, it will propagate that token in the authorization header. That's cool. And then bearer token failure. Bearer token may be invalid. Yeah. Throws an invalid bearer token exception, like other exceptions. This results in an OAuth2 bearer token error response, where you get like that authenticate thing. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Then what? Additionally, it is published as an authentication failure bad credentials event, which you can listen for in your application like so. Yeah, and then do what with it? That's just like an additional thing. Okay, I'm gonna open this in a new tab, see if we actually need that. You son of a bee. Did you see that? It jumped to this anyway. Oh, you bastard. Do we want to do this stuff? No. So here oh, maybe we only need to do this. Okay. Voila. Wait, what's this? Overriding or replacing Spring Boot auto configuration? Then Spring Boot will expose the above default one. Like replacing this is as simple as exposing the bean within the application. Okay. Oh, okay. I still also need to read about this part, maybe. Not really sure. Maybe we should read about these things as well then. Calling JWT decoders from issuer location is what invokes the provider configuration for authorization server metadata endpoint in order to derive the JWK set URI. If the application doesn't expose a JWT decoder bean, then Spring Boot will expose the above default one. Which is the above default one? This one. I don't think we need to do that. What the fuck? So this is again like that, the thing that this person here said that I can do this in 3 different ways. But now doing this means configuring this even. It's crazy. It's crazy. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. Ew. Yeah, I think we can just configure it via the property, yeah. Yeah, and then decoding it, I don't think we can do because our bearer token resolver, like the main one, I mean, still is gonna check for authentication bearer, and we need to tell it anyway, like, hey, use inspect the cookie, man. Configuring trusted algorithms. Nimbus JWT decoder will only trust and verify tokens using RS-256. That I do not know which verification stuff we use. It should say that in here, I think. Oh, holy fuck, dude. That's a bunch. That's a bunch. Which one are we using? Where would we find that, in fact? There was like fine-grained stuff here, maybe? User info is not signed, apparently. Neither is the ID token. That's a bit... And then... What the fuck? That can't be true. I think this one is the better one, but I forgot. It might have been BS. Shit. But in any case, Spring says, or the documentation says, oh, but you can configure it anyway. Let me actually quickly look for, oh God, where did I? Okay, I think I remember vaguely. Yeah. Okay, hang on just a second. Let me open Visual Studio Code. It is somewhere here. We do open. Go to the workspaces. I don't know where I put that. Oh, it's over here.
Noise.
Okay. All right, here we go. These are my notes. And what was I looking for again? Oh yeah, which algorithm to use? I'll go, oh fuck, RS, PS, 2, maybe 256. Aha, use PSA 256 instead of RSA. There we go. Because apparently it's the more secure one. Cool, 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 cool. And then does this thing support that? Yeah, I guess it's this one, huh? Bomb. Save. All right, and here you can also reduce the lifespan of a token. But yeah, like I said, we would be... Oh, you can also set up MTLS. Well, yeah, we don't care about that too much, huh? Yes. Anyway, we've set it to PS something something, huh? So that means our this thing we should also put to PS. (256). No. For greater power, they just set the same algorithm there. I mean, that's gonna be the same, huh? Oh yeah, you can trust more than one algorithm. Since Spring Security's JWT support is based off of Nimbus, you can use all its great features as well. It has a JWS key selector that will select a set of algorithms based on the JWT set URI response. You can use it to generate. Ah, yeah. So, so basically, it's telling you, just trust whatever. What do you call it again? Whatever algorithm your and it's not, yeah, it's authorization server provides. Yeah. Trusting a single asymmetric key. Yeah, but that we're not gonna do. Same with that one. And then configuring authorization. A JWT that is issued from an OAuth authorization server will typically either have a drink. Yummy. When this is the case, resource server, so Spring Boot's resource server will attempt to coerce these scopes into a list of granted authorities, prefixing each scope with the string scope underscore. This means that to protect an endpoint or method with a scope derived from a JWT, the corresponding expressions should include this prefix. Yeah, or similarly with method security. Extracting authority. So this will be really useful, I think. I still have to think a bit. It actually won't, because I was gonna say it will be useful when we're going to implement the different roles, but I think the roles will be part of our backend server. So we've got a bunch of different roles. We've got unregistered user or anonymous. Then it's just a registered player. And then from there, you can also become a team captain when you create a team. And then there are like different roles underneath that, like an officer that can do some things that the captain can do, but not all of the things that the captain can do. But to manage these more fine-grained authorizations, you could say I'm going to make sure that the scopes for these users are kept in Keycloak, which you can then translate because the scopes will be present on the JWT token, and then you can translate those into these authorities. But I don't want to do that, because then what you're really doing is you're making sure that your authorization server is at the same time the like it manages the users specifically for your application. And you have to keep in mind that even though I control my Keycloak, I don't control Epic Games authorization server. So I just have to trust whatever authorization or scopes that they provide for that authenticated user. So I really only want to use it for authenticate, to just check if it's an actual user. That's it. So we'll have to do authorization ourselves somehow. And now that I say that, I'm probably gonna head back into Spring Security at some point to make sure that I get these things if I want to use that. And if I want to participate in doing that thing, or I can just write my own authorization framework a little bit. We will see. Extracting authorities manually. There are a number of circumstances where this default is insufficient. For example, some authorization servers don't use a scope, have their own custom, may need to adapt the attribute or a composition of attributes into internalized authorities. Sure. JWT authentication converter, which is responsible for converting a JWT into an authentication. And then by default, Spring Security will wire the JWT authentication provider with a default instance of a JWT authentication converter, which I guess then also does this part. As part of configuring this kind of converter, you can supply a subsidiary converter to go from JWT to a collection of granted authorities. Let's say that your authorization server communicates authorities in a custom claim called authorities. In that case, you can configure the claim that the regular one should inspect, like so. Yeah. So you say I'm going to use a JWT granted authorities converter, and you should look for authorities in the authorities claim. JWT granted authorities converter, and then you pipe that into, or configure that back into the JWT authentication converter. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, okay. So what we also then, I guess, could do is yeah, but then you need to understand all of a sudden how abstract authentication tokens should work or something like that, or how they should provide those granted authority things. So I could write this thing, which then extracts the JWT, the ISS and the sub, finds the registered player, and then goes on to discover which roles that user has, or that known player has, and then add roles. Oh yeah, so it shouldn't be that difficult, I guess. Okay, I will keep that somewhere in here as well. If we ever get to adding roles into Scrambled, we might use a, and then I already forgot what it was called. A JWT authentication converter. Here, a custom authentication converter. This thing. Which gets a registered player based on the JWT plus sub, and understands how to map roles we keep internally to granted authorities. Voila. Good enough for me. Then what? Configuring validation using minimal Spring Boot configuration, indicating the authorization server's issuer URI. Will default to verifying the ISS claim as well as the expiration and NBF. NBF, I don't know what that is. Not before, I think. In circumstances where validation needs to be customized. Yeah. This is so annoying, which can cause tokens to appear expired to one server but not to another. Yeah. So if you use it too short of a lifespan of your JWT, then a request can take longer than the JWT is valid to arrive at the next server. And then when it arrives at the next server, it's just invalid, then shit goes wrong. And it can be configured with a clock skew to alleviate the above problem. So that's lead by or what? What does skew mean? Is that 30 seconds in front and 30 seconds after? Or I don't know. Adding a check for the audience claim is simple. I don't think I need to do that. I mean, I guess it's, yeah, no, I don't think I need to do that. Yeah, whatever. Then what? Configuring claim set mapping. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we don't need, or we won't be having custom claims. Yeah, allez, not for now. Once I figure out how Epic Games' authentications or authorization server works, then we might. Yeah, that's fine. Minimal dependencies for introspection. Let's just assume that there's no introspection available. So that's also no revocation then. Okay. And then opaque token, I don't think we need to look at this. Post authentication. Once a token is authenticated, an instance of bearer token authentication is set. This means that it's available in controller methods when using enable blah blah blah. Oh, hey, cool. So I can still get the ISS and the sub like I did before. Oh, yeah, that's really nice, huh? Since bearer token authentication holds an OAuth2 authenticated principal, that also means that it's available to controller methods. That I don't really understand. Meh. Overriding root autoconfig. Okay, yeah. Okay. Extracting authorities manually. This is still all part of... No, it's just part of 3, and 3 is just a resource server. Okay, okay. Configuring timeouts. We already saw that, I thought. Using introspection. Let's not do that. Multi-tenancy. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I mean, I'm going to use configuration to do that, because you could say I could supply multiple authorization servers, like one being Keycloak and the other one being Epic Games or whatever, or but if I deploy it to some I don't know, whatever, like production, I guess it would just be connecting to Epic. Yeah. So I don't think I want to do any of this, in fact. And then this is the part that we already read about bearer token resolution, which is the thing. I think they should put this a bit more, like a bit higher. Like where was that? I think somewhere around here they should put that, I think. Okie dokie. This was propagation, then we read the failure part as well. Okay, cool. Okay, now we spent the rest of the time, which is I guess 2 hours, Jesus fucking Christ, reading about Spring security, but I think we've got like a good plan on how to do it. Then my next thing that I had open was more documentation, yay! But more specifically, it will show us how to configure HTTP security. The thing that I want first probably is like these dependencies bullshit. So I think I'll need both of these, resource server and then Jose as a dependency. So now I'm conflicted, because do I want to add that as a part of web conventions because all of my endpoints are gonna have to be protected anyway, or do I add it as a new one? So Spring Security Web Conventions, security conventions. Let's maybe do this, and then we can copy paste this thing into security conventions. Hello, add, and then get rid of this database tab. We'll need common. We don't need any of these. We do need, and I just think because they don't really say it's a dependency, but what's supposed to be in front of it? Is it Spring Boot or is it security? Yeah, I think it might be security, but we will find out soon enough. And then this is the thing. Oh my god, here we go again. The fucking I shouldn't be touching my eye with my finger. It's getting dark, young. Yeah, so if I click on this button, nothing will happen. I mean, it won't fail or anything. It won't tell me, hey, this is a non-existent dependency, which is a bit too bad, but let's just look for it on evenrepository.com. Plotten. Zoeken. Yeah, just as I thought. Okie doke. I guess it's both security. It looks like this has Spring Framework dot security. Yeah, okay. Coolio. Cool as bones. Why doesn't IntelliJ baby? You can stop. It's okay. It's okay. You can refresh again. There you go. This is now turned into an ASMR live coding podcast. Hi and hello, my name is Scallop. And I will be continuing this live. No, really, I don't understand how people do that. How you can keep on whispering like that, it's really difficult. Let's do this. It also, yeah, okay. It just refers to Spring Boot, the website. But in my experience, you need like what's that thing called, like Spring Boot Starter Security or something like that, to get the auto configuration bullshit. But you know, let's just try it. Oh, Ermagerd. We do configuration somewhere else, namely in web. Web has application properties. That's in fact somewhat of a lie, because here in RDBMS we've got resources, and then here this thing happens. Okay, so let's try this again. So next to main we've got the resources directory. It's this one. And then in here we will have, yeah, I guess a new file, but we'll call it application dash. What should we call it? I guess just REST API. REST API. Ja, jong, add maar. And then we configure it like this. Can we... Oh, shit. Yeah, really the only thing that we need to configure for now is this. Replace it with dots, join it, remove that thing, and then convert the last into a column or an equals. I forget. I think it should be an equals, in fact. And then it should be http localhost 7070. And then the URI should be more... Oh, we had that somewhere. Feck, where was that? In the security config. Here. This is the one. You know, we might need to call this key cloak or something instead of REST API. Okay, well then, please just rename it key cloak. Voila. And then what I think we can do, we don't really need to do this. Cha. Or we could do this, but then if we, hang on. Oh, good lord. Okay, now we're turning into that annoying part where we might need some authentication. Jongen, echt waar. Up. In our tests. So I was thinking about how are we going to deal with this in our tests or integration tests, because we're not really using an authorization server there, but maybe that's something for later. Maybe just let's get this first thing to work. By that I mean, if we run our application like this, we'll do a configuration of this thing, and then I guess we will just edit it then. Spring Boot, yup, that part, and then there should be override profiles and or the active profiles. It should be event store, RDBMS, and then also key cloak. And then these should be like the main things used. Let's try running it. Ja, stoppen rerun. Owie. Oh. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. Oh, what did I do? No. No. I hope this just works at the issuer URI. So how do we test this? Is the other thing I was wondering. So that's the minimal dependencies. Then there's minimal configuration. And then we'll have to do this bullshit, no? A resource server will automatically configure itself to blah, blah, blah. But you still have to say that you want this security configuration, huh? There is a sample application, but I bet it's without Spring Boot. Oh, it doesn't even exist. Never mind. Samples boot Kotlin. Spring project, Spring security. Is there a sample? Samples. Maybe it's in a separate project. Yeah. Or I say yeah, but it might not be. This seems like the thing I need. Let's take a look at the Gradle so they also they add different dependencies though. Spring security -jot. They add Spring Boot starter security like I mentioned before. And then OAuth 2. Oh yeah. Okay, so your application can extend this thing, and then that'll have a method configure where you can then start configuring that thing. But I think you can also just, oh, this is important as well. Enable a resource server, which is in security OAuth 2 annotation stuff. I guess it's working, but I mean, oh wait, that I don't need here. Security config. Oh no, I think the resource server, this thing needs to be on an application class. Yeah, I needed it, like I need a better example. Because this really is not helpful at all. Oh my god, look at how extensive the Java config is. Isn't there like a Spring Boot thing here? Because here they say, and that's it, so maybe that's in fact it. But then how do you continue the configuration or the customization? If the application doesn't expose a web server web security configure adapter. Okay. Ah, hier. Okay, let's try this. So we'll do @enable web security on our config. That thing is a web security configure adapter. We'll fix dependencies later. Which has a configure function. And then we want to authorize everything behind API. But we don't want to do authority bullshit. I guess we'll do like this then, because then any requests we can do nothing or something, or unauthenticated. I don't really know how to do that. I think it should be anonymous, probably. Oi oi. We've got the umbrella of doom spinning at us again. Oh yeah. Anonymous, I think it is. And then we'll do OAuth to resource server. I'm not sure if we need to convert this thing, but for sure we need where is that thing? Oh wait, I added it in the so no. Okay, I think we do that by doing enable web security. I think, I'm not sure. Then configure the properties for that, which we might need manual config for, and then customize a bearer token resolver. And to do that, we should go here, apparently. Let's do it. It's just a bean, apparently. We'll close that here, add this one, and then get rid of this thing. I hope this actually just works, but I'm not sure because it's I guess it's supposed to be in some kind of a configuration class, no? So maybe it can just belong there. And then we need to do some magic here. Yeah, that's definitely the bean I wanted. This is also correct. Yup. Also yup, but probably I'll need the cookie. Let's do this one. Cookie. But we need like a specific thing to extract it out of there. I really don't know how to do that properly. Reading the bearer token from a form parameter. What's the other thing you can do to this thing? There's also a header bearer token resolver. I don't know what the difference is. Yeah, that's not it. Because I want the cookie and then something else, so I guess we'll need to here they do ignore case. I remember like with a previous client or project that they didn't do ignore case on bear and they had to explicitly rewrite the request that they were getting from Keycloak, I think it was, because they used capital B and then Spring was not ignoring case and required lowercase b, which would break things, so they it's so annoying. But yeah, actually they might not need to do that anymore because I think we upgraded them. Okay. Yeah, so I guess we need our own bearer token resolver. No. Oh yeah, oh my god. I need an anonymous class in Kotlin. Let's not do that. Let's do a cookie bearer token resolver. And then this can just be, we don't need to do that, so let's keep the cookie stuff. can just return a new one. For show, why not? And then we'll just keep another class or something. Cookie bear token resolver, which is a bear token resolver, which then should implement something. Yeah. Yep. And then that's fine. Okay, and then let's get this to compile. So enable web security. Voila. Add Spring Boot starter web security or security bullshit to the path. So let's add that in our build source thingamajig. Do we even have that? What was it again? Spring Boot starter security. Okay, let's go. Boot Spring Boot starter security. Huh? Come on, I didn't change that much. Oh, okay. Goodbye. Org spring boot spring framework.boot and then spring boot starter. Yeah, this should work. Let's do a Gradle refresh because apparently miser. It's not G for endpoints, it's J for Gradle all of a sudden? Dude. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now I'm not sure if we need that if we need these still. It's getting a bit late, isn't it? Already 40 minutes over time, but I still wanted to have some, at least some compiling code, because I didn't want to spend so much time reading on stream. It's a bit silly, but yeah, at least it was necessary. And I was glad I was talking about it out loud, because that made me reassess some of the stuff that I read. That makes sense. Sort of like having to explain it again as I'm reading it. That makes sure that I comprehend it better. Please just compile. Please. Oh, please. Yeah, endpoints do not care. I think it's done the actual implementation, or but there's something wrong with the Gradle scripts. Okay, and then this HTTP, I think that could be the one. Or not. Well, wait, it is this one, huh? So that last import, I don't think we need it. It looks like we want to do with and then HTTP and then do these, but then I don't know where this comes from all of a sudden. I guess it's the same thing here. Maybe I need a specific Kotlin dependency or something for this. I don't know. No, this definitely uses, okay, then maybe. I don't know where the authorize comes from. Or these for that matter. It's so annoying when, oh Jesus. When the code is showing, or the examples are showing, hey, you should use it like this, but then they don't show any imports or whatever. Like here. Could also be that I imported the wrong HTTP security thing, or that there's like extension functions on HTTP that you can use. I have no idea. So if you use authorize, how does that work? Oh, it's a lambda, so it really is it. So it should be it dot any request. Authorize requests. That's weird, huh? They just do it differently here. And this is still just Java. Yeah, I really feel like I need some extension functions for Kotlin or something. Or like an extension dependency package. Maybe let's look for that. Spring security and then Kotlin or something in Maven repository somewhere. Oi oi. Mm-hmm. Or not. Then I'm just stupid. That's also a likely possibility. Wait, let's look at... It is just HTTP security though. Maybe the version that I'm using doesn't have Kotlin support? That could be the thing. I guess for now we can redo it, or we upgrade Spring Boot somehow. Where was it again? Here. Spring Boot. Good lord. I guess let's figure out this one, because it is Spring Dependency Management, even repository. That's so confusing, because you don't really know. Is it this one? IO Spring Gradle? No, IO, I want this. This one, I think. Yep. There's 11 that got released in February of this year, which uses this thing. But it doesn't really say, and I also don't know what it actually does, so maybe it might be this one. Or this one. That 1.4 doesn't even exist in Maven repository. So I guess it should be this one at some point. There is a new version. It's a dev artifact. Yeah, I don't think. And then that one uses Kotlin's 1.5. But yeah, I don't think that's the issue here. Stuck in Gradle stuff again, as usual. Maybe it's this one. Or dependency stuff, I should say, because if it were Maven, it would have been the same issue. Actually, no, it would have been worse, because with Maven... at least this one has actual dependencies on Spring. So maybe we need to upgrade to 2.5.1. I also vaguely... oh, and all of a sudden the compilation... I was gonna say the compile errors are gone, but that's not the case. Boot conventions. We used the Spring Framework boot plugin, and then at some point we also use specific version like so. Here. Yeah, so for dependency management, we use the BOM coordinates of the Spring Boot plugin so the Gradle. So that's indeed this one. So I don't really know what this thing actually does, or rather, yeah, what that one actually does. Clueless. But I think we still can assume then that if I update this one to, what was it, 2.5? 2.5.1, then my Spring version will also be bumped all over the place. So we could try that. Why not? Everything is dead anyway. And then we just do a full... oh, damn. So apparently IntelliJ, and I don't know why or when that they do that. But so JetBrains, you've got like this Control Tab shortcut, and then you can use letters to navigate to one of these panes. And it used to be that Gradle would be Control Tab G, and you would enter into this tab here or get focus there. But now all of a sudden, instead of Gradle, it says endpoints. So it might be because Flutter, I installed it maybe in between last time, or I don't really know. So that might be one of the reasons, but I can't figure out what else it was. So an exception occurred applying plugin requests. Okay. That's fair. So we'll have to upgrade Gradle as well with that. I always forget how to properly do that, but there's like a way to do that. I guess we can do this. But there's like a better way probably for that to work. Guess I better already look up how to actually upgrade Gradle wrapper upgrade. Okay, you call a wrapper with a Gradle version, and then I don't know what the changes are to 7. Don't dare to do that now. We'll be much further away from getting the code to compile. It looks like it's, or like it was updating Gradle, I think. But it might have done that already now. That those were part of that build source thing. I remember. Here's a shadow jar thing. Yeah, compiling plugins block, so that's this part. So now we're really just waiting for this thing to be resolved so that we can then use our own custom plugins to run the rest of the dependency resolution. And we added Spring Security conventions as extra dependencies to the REST API so that we can start importing HTTP security. And my hope is that after I upgraded the Spring version, Spring Boot version of that plugin, I will also be or I also will be able to have access to like a newer version of HTTP security which does work with Kotlin properly, and otherwise I'll just have to not follow the example and then write it sort of like this, which would suck a little bit, but yeah. So you can see that there's still, I guess, if my theory is correct, then you can see that they're still adding more and more support to Spring to work with Kotlin more in a more native way. And I say native, but I actually mean idiomatic. So potato. Yeah. Good lord. 5 minutes and counting. I guess it's completely refreshing the cache behind it because everything refreshed. Wait, what? Now it's downloading Gradle 6.8? Oh wait, no wait, it's just a source. That I don't know why it's trying to do that. What's in here? Don't care. Mergert. Why is it taking so long? I'm also wondering if it's just lying to me now. Like, oh, here we go. It's downloading all of the sources. Maybe I should turn that off and do it on demand or something. I think I'll write that down as to do next time. What else? What did I say? Download config idea to download sources on demand to speed up build times, I guess, during streaming. Voila. Hola, build successful. Now let's see if I was correct in my assumption that a newer version of Spring also comes with more support for Kotlin. Oh, I think it does actually. Not sure why this is compiling, but this isn't. An anonymous it can find, but oh wait. Oh, it's still indexing. I guess it might still break then. God, I hate this so much. Indexing. Story of my life. Yeah, I can't do anything. Indexing libraries, son of a. Okay, let's just Google something. HTTP Kotlin DSL support. Okay. Seems fairly recent. Yeah, there you go. Spring Security 5.3 introduced a Kotlin version of their DSL. Let me make it a bit bigger. It's too big. Blah blah blah. Guess this is a Java looking code. Yeah, I guess that this explains it. That it's 5.3 that has it. Wait, does Beldung have like a different look or look and feel if it's for Kotlin than it is for Java. Because if it's Java, then it's green or something like that. It's the first time I notice. Oh man. The progress bar and that thing of the indexing is like it's not going anywhere. Ah. Fuck my life. Here, I'm gonna make it compile, look. Oh, it's still thinking it's the width. My converter. Is that something that's not something I even needed to do. Where did I even get that from? And honestly, I really think that I need to add resource server to my application here. But we'll find that out soon enough. I hope. Oh, it's already advanced somewhat more. So yeah, you come here often? Every Tuesday? Ooh, we can look here and then comments are closed on this article, probably to get rid of all of the Kotlin hate. Here they do have a POM. Oh wait, this is confusing because that's just the name of the project and it's from Beeldung itself. Then what? They have Spring Boot Starter Security, Web, the checks and Kotlin module. I have no clue why you would need Lombok for this. I'm sorry, don't want to be angry, but why? Why the fuck are you gonna use Lombok in a Kotlin project? Blasphemy. I bet they don't even use it, the dependency. It's a single configuration. Or are you fucking kidding me? Do you use it in the tests? Nope. Fucking hell. Really have a... Anyway, so they just do @enable web security, which you can do anywhere apparently. That's the way to do the new routing stuff in Spring. They stole that from Ktor a bit, I guess. Okay, but it seems normal, eh? So we could theoretically just do @enable web security on our own configuration, which will then be picked up, and then that will suffice apparently. Okay, I'm curious. Maybe we don't need it. It will be a good day. It's fucking ready. Holy fuck. But my hunch was correct though. So I'm a bit surprised myself, honestly. Like, fucking hell, spoke too soon. No, I spoke too soon. Let's look at the building shit again. It also might be that Spring Security wasn't upgraded. Okay, we've got a Web Security Configurer adapter, which is a class. Good. We also have a class. I don't care what it's called. It has a function configure, which takes in an HTTP security thing. That's correct. And then you further configure that thing. Oh, wait, it should need configuration as well, apparently. That's a bit odd. No, it's not that. It should be this one. And it's optional. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it quits because I can't figure it out for now. As usual, blocked by which fucking dependency to add. God damn it, I hate it so much. Where are my dependencies? External libraries. We've got security. No. Leon, it's 5.5. So according to that article, where was it? Oh shit. This one is starting from 5.3. Where? Here. Holy. Maybe we missed something in the POM. Because we got heated when we read this. It says optional true. The fuck does that even mean? And this is quite an old version of Kotlin even. Huh? It's weird. I am really confused. It's not even complaining to implement the config. I mean, if I'm going to keep on running this, then it's gonna have to re-index again, probably. Oh wait, no, re-indexing happened because I bumped Gradle's version, Nope. Okay, I'm gonna call it quits. It's sad, That's really sad, but I have to. It's already 20 past 11. All right, I'm gonna try and fix this somehow. I don't know how, but we will see. As always, thank you so much for tuning in. And let's see when next time, next week. Normally, I would be live coding next Tuesday, but there's like a barbecue thing going on, so I won't be live coding, and instead I will be eating barbecue instead, which is nice. Usually when I don't code on a Tuesday, I will do some special Sunday thing or a Sunday special. I'm not sure if I can do that either. Yeah, in any case, there's like new stuff coming up soon. I might try to do some stuff on Thursday. No, Thursday is DDD Europe. Maybe Friday evening it's also DDD Europe, but yeah, we shall see. In any case, it's either until this Sunday or Tuesday the 6th of July. That could be possible dates. All right. Thanks again for watching, and see you next time. All right. Bye. Peace. Yo, yo, yo. What's up?